Hello. Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. Namaste, Sky Guardian. Welcome. As we await our first guests to arrive, I would like to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, and especially how you're feeling, however you may be feeling. I trust that those who are joining now, although coming from a variety of backgrounds, a variety of feelings, body types, belief systems, each and every one of us is going through such a multitude of different experiences day by day. But I hope that past all that diversity of life, we can come to unity, since we are all beings here to experience life. And hello, Kat. Hello, Talita. Hello, Suspicious Bee. And thank you, Amberin, for blessing us with a rose and an ice cream cone so early on. Anna, give me the vote. Thank you. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Linda Liu, for your blessings, and hello to you. You all are very early. It is my hope that all of us can come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. It's Midsummer's Eve, isn't it? Ah, you are very right, Suspicious Bee. Also a Shakespearean play, isn't it? Midsummer's Night Dream? Midsummer's Night's Dream? I forget. Someone will know. Hello, Hey Tonight. Hello, Loopy Lane. You share it's never too early. I agree. Hello, Chloe. And thank you, Usha, for blessing us with a heart me and a trio of finger hearts. No, not a finger heart. Roses. Thank you for roses. I smelt many roses today, actually. They were just divine. Some of them were just so aromatic. They were like a full course meal to the nostrils. You know what I mean? Something tastes so full that it fills you up. But this smell that was coming off some of these roses, they were just divine. So thank you for your roses, Usha. And Amberin, thank you for your cloud bread as well. Hare Krishna. And hello, somebody. Hey, tonight you were wondering, where was that garden I posted? It's relatively close to my house. It's called Bouchard Garden. It's on Vancouver Island, which is where I live. Very blessed to live. Hot dish you share. OMG, you had to read that in school. But you've been out of school for 10 years. You're old? Oh my goodness. You're not that old. You're an old soul, maybe, but young at heart. I'm happy to take you all with me on my Instagram stories of nature. And now we are also in nature. And thank you, Hate Tonight, for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. Xenon, hello. Doodle Bob again. You keep changing your stuff, trying to see what suits you best. Sometimes you gotta try everything out to see what sticks. I respect that. And hello, user 917. Welcome back. Chloe, you're wondering, have I heard of Daimoku Nam Myoho Renge Kyo? It's a Buddhist prayer. Is it a Buddhist prayer or is it more of a mantra? I'm not sure. It's a good question. Yeah, I haven't heard of it myself. but it sounds lovely. Mihoy, Minoy. Oh, that's right. That's what Doodlebob says. Forgot about that. And hello, Obis Mom. I have a question of the day for all of you, if you are interested in entertaining me. Today I'm wondering from you, what's something that you look up to? Maybe it's something in the future that you aspire to realize. Maybe it's a person, maybe it's a place, maybe it's a state of mind or a virtue that someone embodies. What do you look up to? What's something that gets you looking up? I'd love to know. Magdalene, you share Finn the Human from Adventure Time. Dalita, you share your dad. I love that. That's very wholesome. Hello, Natalia. Ben, you're wondering, what do I do for a living? I live for a doing. I don't do for a living, I live for a doing. And this is what I live for a doing. Chloe, you share Tina Turner. She does the best. No, I don't know where I got the word best from. You share, she does that Buddhist chant that you shared. Interesting. Thank you for sharing. Hello, Natasha. Hot Dish, you look up to your grandma. I like that. Grandmas can be very good role models, indeed. And Lauren, you share that you look up to Stephen King. He's a novelist, right? Didn't he write the Goosebumps? I think? I don't know. You correct me. Well, she is simply the best. Oh, good. I'm happy to hear that, Chloe, too. No employment? Asked Ben. You're all my boss. You get to tell me what to do. I show up here every day for you. And if you want to pay me at all, that's up to you. Never up to me. He's a novelist, but he didn't write Goosebumps. He wrote It, Christine, Misery, etc. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I'm happy that you have someone that you look up to. Goosebumps was R.L. Stein. Thank you. I'm not well read myself, which is why I have all of you here. And you're also a writer. Well, that makes sense why you look up to one. It's wonderful. And thank you, whale emoji, for your heart meat. Got the hiccups. Radhe, Radhe. Natalia, you look up to me. Well, I look up to you. I am looking up to you right now. Literally. You're up there. Maggie Kyle, you share the sun. I look up to the sun as well. If ever there comes a time where I'm looking down at the sun, something is wrong. Definitely. And that's right. It's a Yamsox Java cake. User 917, you share that your father taught you to be present in every moment and to appreciate the beauty of now. What a wonderful father. That's very special, and I'm happy to hear that. Chloe, you share that you look up to rock musicians. Aw, that's fun. I'm wondering if I'm loud enough for you all. It doesn't look like my microphone is picking me up that much at the moment. Hello, 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 hello. Maybe that's better? I'm not quite sure. I think I have a lot of noise reduction on. Here, let me try turning that down. There we go. You can hear me perfectly fine. It was already perfect? Okay, I'll stop messing with it. But the background noise is louder than me, shares Chihiro. Okay, I'll turn down the background music for you. And this song always seems to be louder than the rest. I don't know why that is. But thank you, Jos, for your subscription just a minute ago. I'm really excited and I look forward to having you here and being here for you. Thank you. Hare Krishna. And Risi, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And Tatvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Aquarius lady. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to text you that I'm live, but I guess you found me anyway. I don't know what that was. Big bug just flew by. Lauren, you're wondering, how old am I? I don't know, I stopped counting. 22. Gamma Flow, you shared that you looked up to birds. That's sweet. I love that. And hello, Hanukkah, you share that you look up to your mother. She is the perfect mother. Sweet, kind, supportive. I'm so happy for you. I love that. Ben, you share that you look up to Shankara, who debates ignorance without entertaining perennialism. Adi Shankaracharya. Yeah, he was a great debater. A master debater, if you will. Dolphins, shares grateful human. I love dolphins too. And Little Feather, you share that my eyes are like stars today. Oh, wow. Wow. Maybe you can wish upon them. Claudia Sell, you share me and the sky, your parents. Oh, I love that. That's very sweet. Thank you. I have a lot of things that I'm still working on myself, but we all are. And I hope that we all can look up to each other and learn from what each of us are doing well. And that's right, stay punta gorgeous. It is a sock. Jay Scott, you share that you always look up to Marie Curie. She embodies your two most loved areas, chemistry and physics. Yes, she did a lot for so many areas of physics and chemistry. Radioactivity especially. I've heard that her notebooks are still so radioactive that you shouldn't go near them. And Maggie, you share that that'd be a beginning of a Doctor Who episode, looking down at the sun. Yeah, that's for sure. Chrysalis Tarot, you share that you look up to people that have found their way closer to God and the universe. That's a wonderful value to look up to. Bad Dream Cat, you share that you always look up to your older brother. He passed away, and you still miss him every day, I'm sure. And I'm sure that your love gets to where it needs to go. Anyway. And thank you, user917, for your rose a minute ago. Hare Krishna. And Hanaki, you're wondering, can I please turn down the background music a little? My voice is less audible. Absolutely. You know what? I think I'm just quiet. Let me turn myself up for you. There. I should be twice as loud now. I can turn up the gain on my microphone also. Hello, that should be very loud now. Radhe, Radhe. And user 917, thank you for your 111 roses. That's very special. What a wonderful number. Hare Krishna. And user 917, you're wondering, what do I look up to? I look up to the divinity within all of you. Really. And thank you, Chrysalis, for your hat and mustache. Hare Krishna. And thank you, heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji, for your balloons and applause. Jai Sitaram. Alright, I'm going to minimize the question of the day for today. So, thank you for listening. Thank you for entertaining my question. I love to hear from all of you. And thank you, John Kane, for your 7 tiny dinies. Yuppie! Rob himself, you shared, dude, you've seen my Manifest a Toy Car video, so you tried it the next, and it worked. You were 3 kilometers in the wood and you found a toy car. That's very cool. I'm happy to hear that you had some fun with that. I love that. James, you're wondering, who do I resonate with the most? Krishna or Radha? They are one of the same. You can't have Krishna without Radha. You can't have Radha without Krishna. Krishna is the Shaktiman, the source of all energy. Radha is the Shakti, the expression of all energy. It's like asking the question, pardon me, who do you like more? The universe or the space in which the universe occurs? They are inseparably one. To love one is to love the other equally. Laura, you had mentioned that you're listening to me and watching the hockey game. Oh my goodness. That's a very Canadian thing to do, isn't it? And thank you, user 917, for your 333 roses. That's a very nice number as well. Thank you. And thank you for your 21 tiny dinies as well. Yippee! And your 45 TGIFs. It is Friday, isn't it? I always forget about that. It's wonderful. Thank you, my friend. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny diny also. Yahoo! Yes, precisely, James. Like this is a tough one. Ardnareshwar, where Shiva and Parvati are one. Tadhastu. And thank you, Crybaby, for sending an imaginary tiny dinosaur. Yippee! That's okay. I accept the intention of a gift itself. You need not spend any money on me. Don't worry. And you love when I say yippee to the tiny diny? John Kane. Well, I imagine that's what the tiny diny says every time it comes to life here. Alright, before we open today's Sangha fully, and we can discuss whatever comes to heart, mind, body, soul, I have a short reading prepared for you all. I'd love to read. If you'd care to listen with me. So today, we are reading from In Love at Ease, This is Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. We're more than halfway through this book so far, and I gotta say, I've learned so much from Swamishri. I mean, he clearly lived a life where he was in love, at ease with everything, everyone, at all times. And I love learning about how I can be like that too. I think often, what would Swamishri do in this situation? Let's see, where did we stop reading? Swamishri did not compete or compare, not because he was afraid, but because he was content with the results of his own effort. To be eyeless is to respectfully withdraw from unhealthy competitions and comparisons, even if the odds are in one's favor. The day after the inauguration of Swaminarayan Akshardham, New Delhi, one of Gujarat's most popular journalists published an article in the Gujarati daily Divya Bhaskar, favorably pinning this new mandir complex against the timeless Taj Mahal. Swamishri asked the sadhus to call Ajay Umat, the editor-in-chief of the popular newspaper. Mr. Umat was in Delhi, covering the story, and raced to meet Swamishri in person. Swamishri was visibly upset when the journalist walked into the room. "What is this you printed yesterday?" Mr. Umat was stunned. "Swamishri, I thought you would like it. I said that this new mandir complex makes the Taj Mahal pale in comparison." Swamishri had read the article. "I know what it had said, and that is why I am upset. Why would you compare the two? The Taj Mahal is a beautiful expression of love and architecture. It is a masterpiece. Akshardham is a mandir, which is a Hindu temple or house of worship, and a symbol of our bhakti, our loving devotion to Bhagwan Swaminarayan. They are different and worthy of praise in their own right. Going forward, please do not compare anything that I do or build in relation to this nation's great historical wonders and leaders. I am a simple sadhu, a monk, who is just trying to contribute to society. I do not dare to compare with the greats. I did not build this mandir to outdo or outshine others. I did it as an offering to Bhagwan Swaminarayan and my gurus. My guru, Shastraji Maharaj, always used to say, your job is to focus on strengthening and lengthening our line. There is no need to erase, tarnish, or compare with others. Is that a fair request? Can I count on your support? That is all I ask of you." Mr. Umat nodded silently. This was the first time the journalist had encountered a leader who was asking him not to praise his own creations and personality and compare them to those of others. Mr. Umat grew fond of Swamishri over the years for this exact reason. It's lovely. Hello, Claudia Sal. I am feeling well. Thank you for asking. And hello, Gina. I am well. Happy to hear you. See you here. One year later, Ajay Umat's daily was conducting a poll in coordination with CNN-IBN titled "The Most Popular Gujarati Leader." The television channel was running the live poll results on a ticker at the bottom of the screen, and the Daily was going to publish it on the following day. There were Gujarati leaders from a variety of disciplines and categories. Religious leaders, entrepreneurs, political leaders, musicians, artists, and philosophers. After just one night of polling, Pramukh Swami Maharaj's first place ranking had almost double the votes of the second person on the list. Mr. Umat was surprised by such a resounding victory, that too for a religious leader. He was getting ready to leave for work that morning when he received a call from a sadhu traveling with Pramukh Swami Maharaj in London. Swamishri had heard about the polling results and was not happy. "Ajay Bhai, I thought you promised your support last year. Did you not assure me that you would never compare me with others or enter me into a competition of popularity or fanfare?" Mr. Umat tried to explain how he had very little involvement. The poll was being run by others, and he had not contributed to the verbiage or polling strategy. Swamishri listened but pressed further. "This is potentially harmful. It creates an unhealthy environment for followers of various religious leaders and upsets those who do not rank well. Besides, these polls mean nothing. Spirituality is measured in ways and means beyond any poll or vote." Mr. Umat explained that there was very little he could do, so Swamishri gave him an idea. "Why don't you remove all religious leaders from the poll? This will allow you to keep the poll active and not upset any religious leaders or their followers. I assure you, Ajay Bhai, leaving the poll as it is will upset a lot of people." Mr. Umat was confused. Why was Swamishri complaining? He was winning. He reluctantly agreed to remove the religious leaders from the poll. Later that morning, he realized why Swamishri had asked him to do so. In less than an hour after his conversation with Swamishri, 3 different religious leaders and their top disciples reached out to him to see if there was a way to change the results of the poll. Several of them criticized and spoke ill of those who had received more votes than them. One even went as far to indirectly bribe and then threaten the poll organizers. Mr. Umat quickly realized from these conversations how this poll would have endangered the social fabric of the region. He would have played a role in dividing society. His appreciation for Swamishri's eyelessness was renewed. The spiritual master did not derive validation from polls, popularity, or praise, like Sri Krishna Bhagwan used to say, or I guess says, in the Bhagavad Gita. He carried on without any care or concern for the results and appreciation. Here, we'll just read one more page, guys. There's a nice spot, a break in the chapter of different topics. Swamishri was equally pleased when other religious leaders of similar age and stature were awarded and celebrated. To be eyeless is to overcome envy. The Templeton Prize is awarded every year to an individual whose exemplary achievements advance Sir John Templeton's philanthropic vision, harnessing the power of the sciences to explore the deepest questions of the universe and humankind's place and purpose within it. In 1997, the award was given to a fellow Hindu religious leader who had lauded Swamishri's work for its perfection and efficiency. The organization's sadhus were dismayed. They wanted their guru to receive the reward. They were whispering about it during Swamishri's evening meal. The guru did not pay attention to their conversation until one of them asked Swamishri, "Don't you think that you should have received it instead of this other distinguished leader? All we had to do was nominate you. Everyone knows that your work far exceeds that of others." Swamishri kept his head down and continued eating his khichdi. The sadhus insisted, "Next time we should aim for something higher, maybe the Nobel Peace Prize." Swamishri would not engage. They mentioned it yet again. Swamishri looked up from his patar. "Why would I feel that way? He has done exceptional work for the region. I would have nominated him myself, and I am glad that he received the award. He certainly deserves it." It is a day of pride and joy for India and Hindus around the world. Appreciation trumps envy and ego. Swamishri was not interested in the noble nomination either. "I have the blessings and grace of my gurus and God. There is no greater reward than that. Serve without expectation for appreciation and awards. When others are recognized, celebrate it. Be happy for them. His award is our award." Swamishri sent the senior sadhus in Mumbai to the religious leader's home to congratulate him. He built bridges with his humility. Swamishri's humility was the ultimate unifier. It brought people together. His folded hands and his lowered head were the buffer between millions from different walks of life. His small I, literally a lowercase I here, allowed him to make space for people's expectations, desires, and egos. He had none. This brought people together and kept them together. Swamishri did not think about himself. He thought about the collective we, and therefore he was the ultimate humanitarian and an ideal spiritual master. His only desire was to be and to be known as a disciple and servant. Okay, let us end our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. Thank you for listening. And now we may fully open the Sangha up to everything and anything. Hello, Eloise. Hello, Dr. Jenny. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Happy to have you here always. Radhe. My hair always getting in my face. You know, when I was a kid, I always wanted long hair because I wanted to know what my own hair tasted like. I wanted it to grow long enough that I could put it in my mouth. Why didn't I think that I could just cut it and then eat it? I don't know. Glad I didn't do that though anyway. But the funny thing is, it doesn't taste much like anything. Hey, greetings, Isabella. Paige, you're wondering, what's the score mean? It's, you got your Yam Points. It's, who doesn't want Yam Points? What do they do? I don't know, but you got Yam Points. It's an imaginary currency on this live. If you ever get bored, you can earn Yam Points. I think it's funny. Cry baby, you share. Help, you came back to me tasting my hair. Yeah, I wonder when people come into the Sangha. I don't think there's ever a context which makes sense. But thank you, Paige, for your heart me. And your hand hearts. Here's some for you too. Hare Krishna. And Flying Penguin. Wow. I don't know they came out with those yet. Thank you for your finger heart. For your heart me, your team bracelet, your rose, and your ice cream cone. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your tiny on behalf of Crybaby. So it seems. Yippee! Claudia Sal, you share, beloved person, that you are goof evening and full moon. Claudia Sal. It is a goof evening, isn't it? I like being a goof. And I'm happy you like the background music, Jepoy. Natalia, you share that you're watching this at 4 in the morning on the balcony while being attacked by 3,000 mosquitoes at least. That's okay, me too. I'm covered in bug bites. But hey. Every bug bite means a mosquito has a nice meal in their tummy. They're well fed. That makes me happy. And Orla, you were wondering, how was my experience in those botanical gardens? And what place was that? That's my secret garden near my house that I go almost every day. I love it. I can't get myself out of there. It's just so lovely. And Orla, you share that the reading was really beautiful. It also made you think of how badly many of us crave reparenting. I like that word, reparenting. Sometimes we don't realize how much we are seeking gentle reassurance until after the tantrum. Yeah. G2 Infinity, you share that you would have moved into that magical garden. I'm thinking about having a nap there one day. I would like that. And Eloise, you had mentioned that watching my lives has helped you a lot recently. Well, you're very welcome. I'm so happy to have such a wonderful space that I get to share with you all. And this is my backyard. Yes. Cloudy. Hello, BB. And thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your pair of roses and your tiny. Yippee! Hello, MJ. I am feeling well, if not sleepy, eepy even. And you're delighted to see me. Well, I'm delighted to see you too. I sound like Michael Jackson. MJ, you share, you've been traveling and so missing me and my smiles. Well, here's a big one for you. Crybaby, you share, there's cookie chunks in your ice cream. My brain read that as Homer Simpson. There are cookie chunks in my ice cream. Thank you, T-Sub, for bringing this to my knowledge that there is someone using my name for money. Yes, I am aware of this. Seems to be a bunch of different people. If you look up my name on Yamsox, there's more. There's more people that aren't me than there are me. But then again, I guess there always is. Yes, I've added a banner at the top here that explains the situation as best as I can fit within 100 characters. Anytime someone's offering you service for money, it's not me. Just to let you know, in case anyone needs to hear it. Crybaby, you share, you were trying to follow me and you added 4 imposters. Oh my goodness. Well, they're probably gonna add you too. One of the quickest way to grow on TikTok, just follow me and all of my imposters will follow you back. James, you're wondering, have I ever been to any ashram to meditate? I would love to one day. I don't have any ashrams near me, but I'm planning on going the end of summer, maybe early fall to India. And MJ, you share, but you have been watching my recordings, and a few times you went to respond. I'm happy that they've been of use to you. Baba, you share, my life brings you peace. Well, that peace is within you, my friend. If I bring it out, then I'm only grateful to have provided a space for you in which you felt comfortable to abide in that peace within you. Always there. Dalita, you share that you think if I contact monks, they can come to me. Monk service, monk delivery. They are known for being wandering monks, aren't they? Monk means that the universe is your home. Yeah. Well, I'd like to go out of my element and become a monk myself. Thank you, Benjamin, for your heartbeat. Radhe, oh Radhe, and Aquarius Lady, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Dr. Jenny, you share that I seem amazingly even more at home outdoors. I do feel like I'm in my element. I mean, Mother Nature is all around me. Yeah, it is our home, ultimately. What we call our home, we've invented. That's something we've made. But nature is where we've originally come from, isn't it? Hello, Saturnus. Welcome. And thank you for your heart, mate. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, MJ. We got two MJs here now. Thank you for your hanging lights. It's very beautiful. Jai Swaminarayan. I look great outside. Oh, thank you, Midnight Rider. Gardening Greyguard G, you're wondering if the monks that practice martial arts in mountains are mostly Buddhist. Probably. Yeah, like the Shaolin Temple. It's a kind of discipline characteristic of Buddhism. Thank you for blessing me. And thank you, Emily, for your 6 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Dhyan. It's me, Jessica. You're wondering, when is my solar return? Is that another name for a birthday? When do I return to the same spot in the solar system? That's the 1st of October. But then again, the whole solar system is moving through the galaxy on a course of 200 million years. We really don't return to the same spot at all, do we? Stay Punta Gorgeous, you are wondering, why did I move my live outside? Well, I used to do them outside. Most of them were done outside. But when we got new internet, it didn't reach that far, even though it was supposed to, and then I realized later that a cord had broken, so I fixed the cord. Finally now, my internet does extend outside, and here I am. Perfect time of the year to do it, nice and warm. And I love that. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Menores. Minores. You sure? Yes, the same spot is moving with us. I love that. Unless we are in a computer chip, says Midnight Rider. Some things just can't be computed. Consciousness is one of those things. House, you're wondering, was I always in this state of bliss, or did I achieve it through enlightenment? Enlightenment? I have a long way to go, that's for sure. But I believe that there's no shortage of bliss along the way. That's possible. And I had a lot of it as a baby. I think we all did. But we lose it. We give it to the world. We take our bliss and we give it to other people. We should take it back. Don't give anyone the right to make you blissful. Make yourself blissful in your own right. My interview yesterday was interesting. Oh, I'm glad you found it interesting. G to infinity. Yes, I have very interesting people that like to ask me questions, don't they? Includes all of you. Thank you, Saturnus, for your 37 team bracelets and your pair of cheer you ups also. Hare Krishna and Gabi. Thank you for your ice cream cone. Jai Sitaram. And Marcy, you share, if we were in a simulation or a computer chip, weren't we always? There is truth in every perspective, and surely there is more than just this material existence, something beyond. But maybe what's beyond is not without, but within. And MJ, you're wondering, where might you find my last 2 interviews? I have a copy of all of them on my YouTube channel. They're all my Yamsox lives. There's a dedicated playlist for you there. There's also a whole link in my link tree in my bio. To a YouTube playlist full of them. Talita, you share, your hamster says hi. Hello. Hello, hamster. I love hamster. Hamster. I can relate. I'm not hamster, but I'm yamster. I'm a yamster. It's me, Jessica. You ask, how can I meditate better without becoming bored? Well, that's kind of the point. Boredom is the goal. It's to detach yourself from many things that we are attached to and just abide in our own being for the sake of being. If you're bored, then that means it's working. It means that you're doing it right. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be entertaining. It's a break from all the entertainment, really. The soul just loves it, loves it, loves it, loves it. The mind just hates it, hates it, hates it, hates it. Fortunately, there is a compromise. There is something called Rupa Dhyan. Rupa means form, Dhyan means meditation in Sanskrit. Rupa Dhyan means meditation of forms, which means that you engage your senses. You imagine yourself seeing beautiful things, smelling beautiful fragrances, tasting beautiful foods, hearing beautiful music. It's something that you generate as an experience within yourself. That's called Rupa Dhyan, and that becomes very entertaining indeed. And thank you, it's me, Jessica, for your finger heart. I'll give you another one. Actually, one more. Hare Krishna. Leo, you were asking, what's my goal in life? To be here. And I'm never here. I'm always thinking about something in the past or worrying about something in the future. I'm never actually enjoying here. That's my goal. My goal is to be happy now, not later, not in the past. My goal is to be happy now. You're welcome, Jessica. And there's another finger heart for you too. Radhe oh Radhe. And Liam Platt, thank you for your pair of tiny tinies. Yahoo! House. Talking to a house. You share that you feel you can separate yourself from desires, etc. when meditating, but it still controls you daily. No problem. Make everything a meditation then. If you can create space while meditating, then have no time to your meditation. Don't consider any time to be your start or stop. Let your meditativeness blend into all parts of your day. Saturnus, you share, commit to the eternal present moment. Submerge yourself in immediate and everlasting bliss. Anita, you share, meditation is your best friend. I'm happy to hear that. And user 234, you're wondering, do I know Kabbalah? No, Kabbalistic Judaism is not my strong suit. I am much more learned in other areas, but if you know any, I'd love to learn from you. And full of energy, I always love seeing your name. You ask, should we zone in or zone out? Don't make yourself big or small. Just be as you are. Become the zone itself. What is that zone? A zone is a kind of spaciousness. Be the zone. James, you're wondering, what about Kriya Yoga? Do I practice it? I haven't been initiated in any yogic lineage, but as far as cycling the breath within my system, energizing the spine, I think this is a practice that I like to do as often as I can remember to breathe consciously. And Colin Michael, you're wondering, how do you feel happy during such hard times? If times are hard, then be soft. When you are surrounded by hardness, facilitate some softness. If everyone else is loud, be silent. When everything else is difficult, become easygoing. When the world is dark, become light. Let the world inspire you to fill in the gaps. Where there is something missing in the world, become that. If you see a lack of kindness, then be kind. If you see a lack of peace, be peace. Become peaceful, full of peace. And I love that, Saturnus. Even the hard times are there for you. It's difficult to see that, especially if we feel like we're being punished. But I don't believe that the universe works like that. There's only lessons and blessings. And all blessings are lessons. And all lessons are blessings. A challenge means there's something for you to grow from. Really. That's why they challenge us at school. If they never gave us tests, how would we lock in that knowledge? Colin, you share that you guess it's been hard for you because it's been such a hard 3 months. You're tired. That makes sense. Something in the air. I don't know what it is these last few months. I know that in my life, in the last year, there's been a great transformation happening. In my life and those around me. And my sister and my mother and my father. It's amazing how everything is just turned inside out in a lot of ways. So you're not alone. Myself included. If you're feeling tired, then you deserve some rest. Your rest is a priority because it's how you attend to everything else in life. If we are responsible to give energy places, then it's in everyone's best interest for us to replenish our own energy. And that means resting, recharging, resting. That means taking time for yourself. Truly loving yourself. The people around you deserve it. Forget about yourself. Forget about you deserving love. The people around you deserve for you to be full of love. Right? The best thing we can do for those around us is be a source of love. You feel like you haven't slept too much in 3 months. You've slept, but the nightmares are horrible. Stuff is brewing in the subconscious. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, our subconscious is programmed by the thoughts we tell ourselves during the day. My father always complains to his doctor. He says, every medication I ever take gives me terrible nightmares. Whether it's melatonin or... There. TikTok doesn't believe I'm real. There, I do a one-piece puzzle. That means I'm real. I think a robot could solve that puzzle. It's not that hard. But my father, always complaining about his nightmares. He thinks it's a medical problem. That it's some medication combination. Yet, for the last how many years, what does he do to spend his time? Always locking the doors in the house, thinking that someone might break in. He's always telling himself scary stories. He's reading books about the horrors of war. He's watching action movies where people are dying all over the place. He's feeding his subconscious with all this horror. And yet he wonders why he has nightmares. The good news is that it is a conscious process. That if we take 1% control, 0.1% control of our mind every day, that maybe instead of watching the news about something terrible happening somewhere, we balance it out with something good. Maybe we donate to charity. Maybe we watch a kids movie, bring out the inner child in us. Maybe we read a self-help book instead of something about the horrors of war. And I'm sure you can imagine that if you filled your mind with all these positive things, that eventually it would permeate your subconscious too, and your dreams would become a reflection of what you attend to during the day also. It's not an overnight thing. Just like how you don't immediately get nightmares partaking in all that negativity. It takes it takes time for that to build up in the subconscious. But you're strong and optimistic, thankfully, and those virtues will send you far. I believe in you. Yeah, learning how to have fun again, that's tough. But oh, is it worthwhile. Thank you, Ginseng, for your cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Miranda. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Isabella. Thank you for your fire and finger heart. Here's one for you too. Hare Krishna. Transcend. You're asking, am I in Canada? Indubitably. I am indeed. And thank you for your octet of roses and a heart me a second ago. Jai Shri Krishna. Leah, you share that lately you've become such a negative person to everyone and everything. Why is that? You also apologize for spamming. It's okay, I actually had your comment in mind, but I did want to extend my gratitude to those who sent a gift while we were talking. You know, I think when I hear that, I don't actually hear a negative person talking. I feel, and this is just my intuition, that you're not a negative person. Maybe you've been such a people pleaser for so long that you're learning how to stand up for yourself. That's allowed. Definitely. You're learning to speak your mind. And maybe you're also having some lessons in finding the balance in that. Sometimes when trying something new out, we might go a little too far in that direction to figure out the balance point. But yeah, my mother, she's been such a people pleaser her whole life. She's learning to swear. It's very funny. So she started swearing all day the other day. And she said that her brother was like, don't do that. She said, hey, you wanted me to swear more, so I'm swearing more. He said, yeah, but it doesn't suit you to do it all the time. My mother, she's funny like that. I tell her, you know, you can be more direct with me when it comes to how I can help out around the house. So she raises her voice and starts yelling. And I go, oh, okay. I didn't mean like that. I didn't mean like that. There's some balance there. Yeah. See, our standard for negativity is such in our society that sometimes being honest appears as negative. If you are just being honest, that's fine, as long as you understand that people might not understand that you don't mean any disrespect. As long as you are coming to find that balance, then no problem. No problem. You've had a lot in you, kept in there for so long, now it's all coming out. It'll settle down afterwards, I'm sure. Thank you, Belladonna, for your heart me that you sent a minute ago. And thank you for your patience and allowing me to get back to you now. Hare Krishna. And Morgan, thank you for your 18 team bracelets and a cheer you up, as well as a heart meet. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny I swear. Yahoo! Thank you, Colin, for your hat and mustache also. That's fun. Radhe, Radhe. And Lynn's later. Thank you for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your TGIF also. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Hanukkah, you share that you had a rough day. Your doctor does not want to give you medicine when you desperately need it, and you are so disappointed and angry as a patient. You are extremely dependent on a doctor, and whether he wants to improve your quality of life or doesn't care. I'm sorry to hear that, Hanukkah. That is very frustrating. Yeah. You just want to feel better. And when the person you're dependent on that can't help you, or doesn't want to, even though they can, that hurts. Having healthy communication with your doctor is very important. And maybe you can remind them that they're there to serve you. You can be upfront like that. You already have your no. Best you can get is get a yes. I remember my doctor sometimes forgets stuff. For the most part, she's pretty good, but she does forget. I mean, she has a lot of clients. So one day I was very upfront that I feel like we've been doing all these things for my anxiety, but still nothing's been working, you know, and I'd really like for you to be with me more on this journey. And it was like suddenly whatever was in her mind went out, and she saw me and she was like, yeah, let's figure this out, Liam. That's my name. And she really started being really on top of everything and helped me out a lot. And I'm not sure if that would happen if I didn't speak up for myself, you know, and just be direct with her about that. Because who knows what's going through their mind. They don't know how big of a priority something is for us until we voice our wishes. It's worth a shot, you know? If they're not helping you, they're not helping you. But at least you can ask them to help out more, and you never know. Then you've done the best you can, and if not, maybe if it's possible for you to look for another doctor, then I hope you are empowered to do so, because you do deserve the help you need. And Jovan Halen, you shared something that spoke to my heart. You shared that you lost your family, you lost your car, you found out your child wasn't yours, you lost your job, your apartment. That's a lot of loss. You can lose almost everything in this life, that's for sure. But you can never lose yourself. That being that shone through your eyes as a baby, played with toys as a child, started being rebellious as a teenager, grew up to be an adult. That shining light within you that illuminates your whole world from the inside out. That is your true wealth, your true possession. And nobody can take that away from you, because if they took it, then you'd come along with it. Because that is you. Now, I don't know what it's like to discover that a child of yours isn't related. But not always is that necessary for love. I know that my mother, for example, she had 3 sets of parents. Good night, Chloe. She had her birth parents, which separated and could not take her, so she had to be adopted. And then her adopted parents separated. And she had how many mothers, how many fathers? Which one of them could she look up to and say, "You're my mom, you're my dad"? She never had anyone that she was related to in her life, but still she loved them as family. And I think if the love is real, you can never doubt that. Maybe you didn't know exactly what you were loving, but it didn't matter. Because love is the true inheritance. And thank you for being here. And thank you, Morgan, for your cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Usha, thank you for your subscription. Usha. I love your name. And I love you being here. Thank you. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. Namaskaram, Peri. Happy to have you here too. House, you asked, can enlightenment be achieved without external teachings? Yeah. I like what someone said on an interview I was on recently, that teachings are neither sufficient nor necessary for enlightenment. Just as everything you set yourself up for in your room for sleep is neither sufficient nor necessary for sleep. Does it help to turn your lights off to go to bed? Yeah. Are you guaranteed to sleep with the lights off? No. And could you sleep with the lights on? Yeah. Same thing with a comfy bed. That it helps to go to sleep with a comfy bed. But you're not always going to sleep, even if you're in a comfy bed. And you could sleep even in an uncomfy bed. So there is a true independence from teachings and enlightenment, in my opinion also. But at the same time, it's also invaluable. Because you can't just cross your fingers that if you go about life randomly, without caring about preparing for sleep, that you're actually going to sleep when it gets there. It really helps to have everything prepare you for sleep. So too, teachings and the process of what's called in Sanskrit a pramana, a means, a measure. Oh, they are invaluable. And I recommend them to everyone. You don't want to sleep in an uncomfy bed, says Small Fries in the Shake. No. But do you want to be happy in uncomfortable circumstances? This is the nature of enlightenment. That you can prepare yourself to find peace, to find that grace, by relying on a teacher or a teaching. But at some point, you're not going to have that teacher or that teaching, and you have to discover it within yourself. Etis, you share, it's crazy how we're conscious now and not in the past. It's interesting, isn't it? If all of our faculties to be conscious exist also in the past, then why aren't we also conscious then? And if all of our faculties to be conscious exist in the future, then why aren't we conscious then also? Because none of our biology is what is conducive to consciousness. It is our consciousness that is conducive to biology. Wherever there is consciousness, there is an expression of life happening. It is from consciousness that we find our mind and body. But you can find a body without that expression. Even though all the faculties are still there, it's not being animated by it, illumined. Linda, thank you for your 16 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Shakira, thank you for your team bracelet. Radhe Radhe. And hello Ratam Raccoon. You still missed the hats video? Well, may it live on in your memories. And hello Van Penguin. We have had 2 penguins here. We had a flying penguin and a van penguin now. I like that, Saturnus. Do you want to be happy in uncomfortable moments? Yes. Just choose to be happy. Beautiful. And thank you, Asma, for your heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that's right, Vanessa. I am chilling in my backyard. I do find it very peaceful here. James, you're wondering, have I ever experienced Samadhi? I don't know. I don't think so. Actually, I don't mind the separation. Samadhi is to be one with the object of meditation. I don't feel the need to be one, actually. I'm a part of the experience with it, and I'm one with that, and that's enough to me. That's enough for me. And Asma, you can't wait for the last week of the month. Yes, we're doing earlier times. I think maybe instead of waiting for the end of the month to do earlier live streams, maybe we could do the end of the week. Maybe weekends. I don't know. I was talking with Sky Guardian how we could maybe have earlier times for everyone. Greg RG, you ask, how did you just become level 2? What even is that? Yam Points. You got enough Yam Points to reach level 2. You did so just by being here. And I love that, JT. Like Ram Das said, I'll take my teachings where I find them. That's beautiful. And thank you, Alicia, for finding beauty here. And thank you, Ian, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Vanessa, you share that I have a very genuinely calming spirit and that I'd make a great therapist or life coach or healer. I have no such qualifications to hold any of those titles. If this moment is therapeutic for you, then it is for me also. I cannot coach your life. Your life is coached from within. And healing does not take place through anyone else besides yourself, too. That there is healing to be done, but that is a latent potential existing already within you. I could never take credit for that. And hello, AK Whiskey. Welcome. I'm happy to have you here. Gregor G, you're wondering, Yam Points, what are they for? High score? At the moment, they're just collectibles, I guess. Something that you can feel happy about. I got Yam Points. Now, I think there is an ability to use these Yam Points to do things. Like you can spin the wheel of fortune. Or you can also, I haven't set this one up, but you can also do text to speech. I don't know if I trust you all though. I don't know what you'd say if you had the ability to have a comment be spoken out loud. Shakira, you share that you're going to invest all your money in Yam Points to Yamsox. Well, the best part is that they're for free. And Strawberry Star Bunny, thank you for your rosa. Hare Krishna. And Vamp Saka, you share, don't give you all text to speech, you don't trust you all either. The humility, I love it. That makes you trustable. It's funny how it works like that. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe oh Radhe. Thank you, MJ, for your pair of roses too. And Andy, thank you for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. Vanessa, you share that you don't think it's qualifications as much as inspiration and energy. I love that. But I could never consider myself one. You know why? Because the moment I do, then all of my abilities go away. The universe acts through us so long as we don't become prideful in it. And if I ever become prideful, then that's the end of me. Because then any kind of teaching, any kind of healing stops if it is going on at all. If I feel like I'm the one doing it, then that is my mistake. Anything good I do is not done by me. It is done by the universe acting through me. I'm only blessed to have it happen within my experience. But anything bad I do, now that is me. That's my responsibility to take accountability for. Why is this? Because the higher self is infinite and the lower self is finite. So we cannot attribute infinite qualities to the finite self, nor can we attribute finite qualities to the infinite self. Therefore, all good that happens is merely something that I witness. And all bad that happens, that's my responsibility. Thank you, MJ, for your pair of roses, and Andy for your pair of roses also. Hello, Jansrani. I love you too. And hello, one with a beautiful name I always see. Build your own luck. You're wondering, do I astral travel? I think wherever I am, there I am. Therefore, I never seem to leave myself. I don't do much traveling at all if you think about it. I could travel the whole universe, so it would seem, but I'd always be where I am, which is here. What is here always changes, but being here never does. Samantha. Yes, this is my only account. And salutation, you share that you made sweet potato in the microwave, and it was having it with your black cherry ice cream. So good. Oh, that does sound good. My goodness. My goodness. Thank you, Qualia, for finding cuteness and lovability within me. Amy, you share, you really miss my old videos. You learned so much already, but not even close to enough. Then they served their purpose. They got you thinking. But now I'm here to get you feeling. Go from thinking to feeling, hopefully to being. And Vanessa, you love the saying, everywhere I go, there I am. Right? It feels like we move, like we compel this flesh suit into movement, but it's an optical illusion, really. Actually, we stay the same place the whole of existence. Everything moves through us, like a treadmill. Or like a video game. You ever notice those side scrollers like Mario? Mario's always at the center of the screen. When you press right on your controller, he doesn't go off the screen. The camera follows him. But the camera following him is merely the effect that the programmers are trying to go for. Programmatically, his position doesn't control where he or the camera is. It only controls where everything else is relative to him. That when you press right on your controller, the whole background actually moves left, and all of the people and things. So you're moving the whole world. You never move yourself. The conscious level too, it's the same, but just three-dimensional. Now we have also another dimension to move through and rotate through. It feels like we're moving, but if you pay close enough attention, the camera that you are, the witness, is just following with you everywhere. But that's the same effect as the whole world moving through you. And that's a good observation, Roxy. It is a sock. Indubitably. And thank you, Cookie, for your rose. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Nancy, for sharing peace and higher love. And Elmo G, you share that this Mario metaphor reminds you of the spaceship from Futurama. I love that show. And it's a very similar concept to many futuristic ideas like wormholes or faster than light travel. What you do to travel very fast, far distances, is you move space through you rather than yourself through space. That's the theory of a warp drive. There's parallels with wormholes. But I ain't talking about physics. Although there are certainly many great analogies there. Saturnus, you're wondering, would Jai Ananda Atha translate to praise to bliss now, or is Ananda already a past tense? I don't think Ananda has a tense, it's just bliss. Yeah. I assume it would be already the present tense. Praise to bliss. Bliss is now. But you could say both. You could clarify the bliss is now, and I love that. Jai Anandata. That's wonderful. Qualia, you're wondering, what are my hobbies? I've had too many. My hobbies are goofing and goosing. Like being goofy, I like being a silly goose. I think I become those things in everything I do. But if you're looking for a solid answer, I do a lot of programming. I love my programming. In house, you share. You hear people talk about reflecting while meditating, but you understand meditation as thoughtless. It's funny. Meditation is a very ancient practice. From one of the oldest civilizations we know of, the Indus Valley, there's images on on bronze plates and on clay stamps of people meditating. The seals, like the Pashupati seal. And we found idols of people meditating for like 10,000 years. The traditional meditation posture with your hands in your lap, eyes closed. Meditation has always been about going beyond thoughts. But if you read the ancient scriptures, not a single one of them tells you to eliminate your thoughts. That's like a stereotype, I think. Like that we get from movies and TV shows. That you're gonna be full of thoughts for as long as you live. So of course there's lots of reflection. Silencing the mind doesn't mean dissolving it into nothingness, so literally speaking. It means that we resolve the conflict within us. That is the source of loudness. Having a loud mind doesn't mean having any mind. It just means having a mind that's full of conflict. So actually reflecting while meditating is precisely the key to a kind of silence. It's a different kind of silence than the one you might expect when all sounds are removed. It's a kind of silence that's there even in the presence of other sounds. True meditation on nothingness is very rare indeed. It's the highest of all kinds that people spend lifetimes trying to achieve. That's called Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Totally thoughtless is such a state that one achieves after decades and lifetimes of practice. It's not by any means the go-to method of meditation. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to control the mind. Because the moment you try to control your mind, then you're still engaging in ego. If you let go of the need to try to control your mind at all, that's the absence of ego. Thank you, Shakira, for your cheer you up. Radhe or Radhe. Hello, Vive Dharma. I'm happy you're here. I was going to play your song today. Would you like that? At the end of this live stream, I'd like to play your song that you wrote. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your hanging light still. Hare Krishna. And Joy, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. You'd be honored, Vive Dharma. Well, that makes two of us. And thank you, Peitohuit, for your trio of finger hearts too. Here's 3 for you. Where's the third? There it is. How would that even look? Isn't nothing something? That's fascinating, shares Magdalene. Neither dark nor light, neither silent nor loud, neither still nor dynamic. It is both, yet neither both nor neither. But then again, isn't that what already is? Isn't this just a kind of nothingness that's so nothing that it's not even nothing? A vacuum so void of acuity that it couldn't even stop itself from becoming something. I just kissed one of my yams on here. And I don't know if I thanked you for that rose, Joy, but my gratitude remains the same. Thank you anyway. Radhe oh Radhe. House, you were asking, how can you distinguish whether you're observing the thought in meditation versus caught in it? If you are observing it, then that means you're not caught in it. If you're witnessing it, rather than entertaining it, feeling like you are that thought, just by witnessing it, by observing it, by experiencing it without judgment, that is the space needed to disentangle you from it. Thank you for being here, Pamela. You're off to sleep. Om Shanti. Annika, you're wondering, has anyone ever experienced a doctor forging your signature to illegally request information? Oh my goodness. Boy, you weren't kidding about your doctor being a crappy doctor. Yeah, I really hope that you are able to find either some better communication at the least, or someone that can attend to you with the love and care that you deserve. And Nokal, you ask, how do you know when you're meditating? You don't. How do you know when you're sleeping? You don't. It's only when you wake up that you realize what must have been transpiring. Thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your pair of quintets of rosas. Radhe oh Radhe. And I'm so grateful that you're here. I trust that you're doing a little better. And Alcoholic Jesus, thank you for your rosa as well. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Gina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Isabella, thank you for your finger heart. Radhe oh Radhe. Donvork, you share, hey man, you just want to tell me that you love me and I have helped you so much. Hey man, I want to tell you that I love you too, and I'm here whenever you need me. I'm so grateful to have this space with you all. But if I have helped in any way, you are so humble that you are accrediting your own effort to me. But all that I could have helped with has transpired within you. If there's anyone to be proud of, it's you, my friend. Star 67, you're wondering, did I have a good birthday? I had a great birthday. It was when I got these Amazonite beads from my mother. I had a wonderful birthday. Actually, I had one of the best birthdays ever. And I was telling my mom for like weeks after. That was a great birthday. It really was great. And you are doing better than you were? Jesus, I'm happy to hear that. Of course. House, you're wondering, how can one let go or detach from a thought, desire, feeling in an actionable way? Good question. We can say to ourselves, I let go. But does it ever work? You have an ex that you're grieving over. I let go. Does the heart suddenly get fixed? Ah, that's right. No. It'd be nice if it was that easy. Yeah. Instead of trying to get rid of anything, accept it as it is, but bring in the complementary feeling. If you are trying to remove some feeling of insecurity, and instead of trying to let go of your insecurity, try to bring up a complementary thought. One that you can believe in, that I have come so far. I am doing the best as I can. That everyone has their issues, and I'm one of those people. And I'm on my healing, growing journey. And when we affirm this complementary thought, the insecurity can be easier let go of. That is to say, instead of trying to remove the negative, try to bring on the positive. I like what Ramakrishna used to say, who was a great being in the 18th century? No, that's too long ago. 19th century. I remember an alcoholic once came to him, and he said, what if I can't let go of my addiction? Ramakrishna said, then don't. Just attach yourself to God. And maybe you're not comfortable with the word God. I actually don't like the word God myself, but whatever it is, something higher, something beyond the self, or even within yourself, that is beyond this world. Attach yourself to that, then everything else falls away. And I really love that, because it's not about removing any part of you. It's only adding to you, and then everything that's not serving you falls away. And thank you, Woo Woo, for your heart me. Hare Rama. And thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your quintet of finger hearts. And your paper crane, it's beautiful. And 5 applauses, or I'll give you 5 claps. That's for you, my friends, since you're doing so well. And thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your little crown. It's a hummingbird. Oh. Hummingbird just peed on me. I don't know if you saw that. Little droplets came down. I'm blessed. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Vanessa, for your heart me too. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Peto, for your friendship necklace too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Your mom. You share that you have a question. Yes. What is your question, Divine Mother? But Woo Woo, you had asked, how do you speak publicly? You get scared of facing the crowd. It is because you were made fun of as a kid. I shared that too. Yeah. I was a very shy kid after being bullied. But eventually, I became so passionate about something that I couldn't keep it inside anymore. I was that shy, awkward, quiet kid. But then I became that passionate, weird science guy. And I'd come up to everyone. Did you know that nothing can travel faster than light? Did you know that if you do travel faster than light, that you go backwards in time? I'd go up to everyone. And I'd write it on all my tests too. I'd write a little science fact for my teacher. I just had so much stuff in me, I had to get it out. I guess you fill yourself up so much that it just comes out. And it doesn't matter how they react, it's not for you, it's for them. Thank you, Beto, for your whipped coffee as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Alcoholic Jesus, thank you for your friendship necklace. Hare Krishna. Your mom, did you share the question yet? I don't think you have. That's okay. I'll keep an eye out for it. And Rasul Allah, you ask, is my teacher a god? Always. If there is any wisdom in this universe, it must come from that source. If there is any knowledge, if there is anything worth knowing, it is the source of all things, isn't it? Alright. Your mom, you ask, how do I deal with crazy Christian followers? Your family are questioning your beliefs. They almost kicked you out. What's really funny about that is I talked to my therapist about that yesterday. I said, I love to have this inclusive space full of many different religions here. I love my Christian followers. I love my Muslim followers. I don't know if I have any Jewish followers. Maybe you can tell me. I love my Buddhist, my Hindus, whatever. I'm really excited and passionate about the unity between the overlap. What's at the center of the Venn diagram of them all. But the Christians, man, they're so passionate, which makes sense. Because I think the word passion comes from the idea about the Christ, the passion of the Christ. And Jesus was very passionate about instilling in his followers to preach the word. And part of me really respects that. But a part of me also gets very overwhelmed by it. So I was talking to my therapist about that. And they brought out a great idea from me, is that whenever someone is presenting one religion as more than another, maybe I can ask them, what's something you really like about your religion that you feel like others don't have? I believe that every religion offers something unique that others don't. And so I'd hear them out on that. I think that's a great idea. I'd love to know, what is it that you really love that's unique about the path that you're on? And then just be open to hearing that. And yeah, I'm open to hearing that from all of you. I'm open to hear that from everyone. I think ultimately what a parent wants is their child to be happy. And if they really see that you've found your happiness, then maybe that takes some time for their layers to come off. But for them, their happiness is in their faith in their particular tradition. And that's where they can vouch from. They've seen happiness in their lives And they just want that for you too. They might just not know of the happiness that's available in other paths too. But I believe that no matter what religion you're a part of, if any at all, everyone's searching for the same thing, and that's a kind of happiness. And I love what the Hindus say about why. That we all search for happiness because happiness is part of our source. Whatever this whole universe has arisen from, a kind of wholeness, a completeness was there. And as pieces, itty bitty pieces of that source, we're all drawn back to our original nature. But as long as you are becoming more happy, more peaceful, more whole, then you must be getting closer, whatever path you're on. That's awesome, Jonah. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny diny just a minute ago. Yippee! And thank you, Caddy. I always call you Caddy because you have a cat in your name. Katie, thank you for your rosa. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, Simple Life. I'm glad that we found each other here in this space. And thank you, Strawberry Star Bunny, for your rosa too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Or, wait a second, did I mix the gifts up? Katie, you sent a rosa. Thank you for that. Strawberry Star Bunny, you gave some popcorn, so I thank you for that. I want to make sure I'm acknowledging the right people. Hare Krishna. Yes, popcorn. Thank you, Peito, for your fire and tiny diny also. Yippee! Gaia, you ask, what is center control? I like that term. I've never heard of it. Instead of a control center, it's center control. It's about having the ability to recenter oneself whenever we are off balance. What does it mean to be centered? It means to be who you are, because you are the center of your life. No, you may not be the center of everyone's lives, but you are the center of your life, no? Just literally speaking. Consciousness is the pivot upon which this whole experience of life moves for you. Finding your center means you're not body, you're not mind, you're not world, you're not stuff. You're the witness of all that stuff. And there is a beautiful strawberry moon, isn't it? I'm sure that Strawberry Star Bunny is being energized by it. You're just you. Yes. I love that, Isabella. And Nish, thank you for your heart me and your 5 cloud breads. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Isabella, for your applause. You know, bringing your hands together like this, it's like a very slow applause for you. Just a clap. A silent clap for you. Good night, Peito. And Woo Woo, thank you for your rose. And thank you, Bobby Sue, for your heart me. Team Bracelet and cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Waste of Time, for your heart me. Jai Hanumanji. G to Infinity, you share that you were told again last night by an older woman that you're weird. You just laugh now and you embrace it. Yeah, it's good to be weird. Yeah, otherwise you're boring. Yeah. Thank you, Waste of Time, for your finger heart also. There's one for you too. Radhe Radhe. Peto Whit. Thank you for your balloons. Hare Krishna. House, I love your question. You ask, how do we know which desires or thoughts to let guide us and which to not? You're asking such precise questions. It makes me so happy. Now, thoughts are exponential. Desires are exponential. They either have exponential decay or exponential growth. If you want your desire to return with half as much intensity, then you wait it out. And every time it returns after you wait it out, it gets half as strong, half as motivated to do whatever it is it's encouraging you to do. Instead of waiting it out, you could attend to it, give in to it. Then instead of exponential decay, it's exponential growth, that it comes back with twice as much intensity. Like when we smoke a cigarette. That first craving, it's how intense. But the next time, it's twice as much intense. And then twice as much intense after that, etc. So, every time that we give in to a desire, it gets stronger. It gets more motivating, you could say. So, ask yourself, do I want this desire? Do I want to be motivated more by this desire, to do more and more of it? Or would I like for it to have less and less of this? If your desire is to help the world, then of course you want more and more of that. Therefore, that's the kind of desire to attend to. But if you want less and less of something, then that's not the desire you want to attend to. So if it's about growth or decay, do you want to grow in this desire? Then attend to that. Do you want to decay in this desire? Then let it pass. Tattvam asi, you ask, desire is what we make of a thought. In that situation then, desire is an option. All of our thoughts are subtle desires, really. Just the loudest of thoughts are the loudest of desires. Each thought we can partake in just as we could any desire. But we don't have to listen to all our thoughts. And we don't have to say no to all of them either. And Isabella, you share you weren't thinking about it, but now you are. You need guidance. Not thinking anything. Is that what you need guidance on? How to not think anything? Or is there something more? If you want to not think, then what did you sign up for? Being human? All about thinking, really. This life is about being, and thinking is a part of being. It's not the quantity of thoughts, it's the quality. Right now we have thoughts that are in disagreement with another. How can we guide our thoughts to be more supportive of each other? What does that mean? It means that you trust in yourself that whatever thought you engage in, you will be able to express yourself authentically through that thought. Thoughts compete for each other. They compete for attention. But they don't have to. Each thought is a choice, but no choice defines whether you're happy or sad. It's your commitment to each choice, how you attend to each thought. And if your mind itself understands this, that each thought can be worthy of expressing yourself through it, that you are worthy to be expressed through any thought, that it's not the choices that define you, but your intention within each choice, then there is no more competition in the mind between thoughts to get your attention. The thoughts themselves have a kind of acceptance for you when you have a kind of acceptance for them. That they aren't so loud anymore. Because you know it's the same self being expressed through all thoughts. Good night, Sue. No, you ask, can I please tell you what I have read or experienced to come to here in my life? Well, do you have 22 years? Even then. A word is how many letters. A letter is how many bytes. A byte is how many bits. I think there's 8 bits per letter. On average, 4 or 5 letters per word. So that's 32 bits. A bit is just a 0 or a 1. It's a unit of information. When I speak, I'm only speaking several bits per second. But our experience is so many more than just a couple of 1s or 0s per second. I could never put into words the totality of experiences I've had in this life, let alone how many I must have had in past lives. I can tell you that here, now, in this moment, I'm happy to be where I am because there's nowhere else to be. That if I were anywhere else, then I wouldn't be present. And it's in the present that life takes place. And I've had so many experiences of suffering outside now, but now that I'm here, there's a lot less of it. Most of us suffer. Our imagination or our memory, which are our faculties of future and past, respectively. But beyond imagination, beyond memory, there is so much more peace here. And why wouldn't you want that, I suppose? And no, you ask. So I agree, we are 1s and 0s. 0 is the Shaktiman, the Shiva. The 1 is the Shakti. The 0 is the masculine. The feminine is the 1, the dance. Masculine is the nothingness. The 1 is the everythingness. We dance between the 1s and the 0s. When we are in dance, then we are with the 1. When we are in stillness, then we are with the none. And hello, Star. And that is true, Cookie. My birthday is all 1s and 0s. Accepted too. Thank you, Aquarius lady. for your dozen roses a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Truth Seeker, thank you for your heart me. And thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart too. Hare Krishna. No, you ask, so what is the feminine or masculine? It's very simple. It is the yin and the yang, the dark and the light, the stillness and the dance, creator and creation, God and goddess. To use Sanskrit terms, it's the Shakti and the Shaktiman. Shakti is the energy, the potency. That's the feminine. You see the feminine wherever there is movement, wherever there is dance, wherever there is giving, wherever there is expression. It's all the feminine. The feminine is responsible for creation, maintenance, and destruction. She is the mover, the all-doer of the universe, responsible for managing everything in material existence. The feminine is existence herself, Mother Nature. That's the one. The one is of substance. The zero is the valueless, because it what gives value to everything else. It is the seed, the cause, the source. That is the Shaktiman, from whence the energy comes, the potential, the energetic. It is the silence behind the music, the stage beneath the dance, the screen behind the movie. That's the masculine. It is non-existent supreme, the great nothingness which mystifies philosophers, the zero not zero, the void from which it all arises. Shunyata, Shunyata. Purush, Huranya Garbha, Shiva, Brahman. Thank you, Isabella, for your pair of finger hearts and popcorn now. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sweet dreams, Talita. And G, you share all you want is to know everything. Everything? Everything there is to know? Well, guess what? Everything there is to know, you know already. That's the nature of Paravidya, higher knowledge, the ultimate object of study is really discovery. It means bringing into light what you already know. I was about to ask Sky Guardian if you did the Bachanamrut thing. I don't remember seeing it, but I was thinking about it. We've had a long day so far without reading it. Thank you, Joy, for your rose. He did? Oh, I'm sorry for not seeing it. Hare Krishna. Before we do, I would like to end this point on the masculine and feminine. No, you share, but no one is above another. No male should be above a woman. And I never even talked about men or women. But yet, it often comes to mind when discussing masculine and feminine. that being a man does not mean to be masculine. Being a woman does not mean to be feminine. Actually, as far as spirit is concerned, all consciousness is masculine and all body is feminine. Actually, the Vaishnavas, they put it well, that there really is only one man in existence, and that's the source. Everything else is the divine feminine creation. But they are different but inseparable. I will read now from the Vachanamrut. This is a lovely text that was sent to me by Sky Guardian. I'm hoping there are some spiritual truths that are universal enough so that we all may learn from it. Today we are reading from Gadhadha 1. Where is it? Sorry. Gadhadha 162, which is all about acquiring the virtues of Satya, Shauch, etc. On Falgun Vadhi the 4th, Samvat 1876, or the 4th of March, 1820, Shriji Maharaj was sitting on a large decorated cot in the middle of the courtyard of the Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with a white cotton cloth. On his head he was wearing a white pug, and that was adorned with garlands and tassels of white flowers. At that time, an assembly of munis, sages, as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. Thereupon, Svayam Prakashanand Swami asked, "The Srimad Bhagavat states the 39 redemptive virtues that forever dwell in the form of the Source. They are," in Sanskrit here, I'm wondering if there's a transliteration, or I'll try my best to read the Devanagari by itself. I don't think so. Okay, forgive me. I'm gonna try to read the Devanagari here. Satyam Shocham Daya Kshanti Styagaha Santosha Arjavam Shamo Damastapaha Samyam Titiksho Parataha Paratihi Shrutam Jnanam Virakti Raishvartam Shortham Dejo Balam Smurtihi Svatam Dream. No, it's not dream, it's Triam. Koshalam Kanti Dhakartham Mardavamevacha Pragal Bhyam Prashramyaha. No, Prashrayaha Shilam Saha Ojo Valam Bhagha Gambhirtam Sdhair Dhamma Stikyam Kirtarmano Nahankurtihi. Alright. There. Those are the 39 redemptive virtues that forever dwell in the form of God. What are they? I don't know. But at least I said it right. But how can these virtues be acquired by a sadhu? By a monk, basically. Sriji Maharaj replied, if a sadhu develops perfect conviction in the source of all things, then they will acquire those redemptive virtues of the source. What is that conviction? Well, they realize that God is not like Kal, which is time, not like time, not like karma, not like swabhav, the highest kind of sentiments, not even like Maya, which is the material energy, and not like Purush, a person. They realize God to be distinct from everything, their controller and cause. Yet, despite being their cause, they are beyond their influence. A person who has cultivated conviction in the manifest form of the source in this manner will never be deflected in any way. Even if they hear misleading scriptures, or if they hear the talk of misleading philosophers, or even if their own anthakuran, their own whole mind raises doubts within themselves, their conviction of God never wavers in any way whatsoever. A person with such a conviction in the source is said to have a rapport with God. Moreover, one naturally acquires the virtues of whomever one has a rapport with. For example, when our eyes meet with an oil lamp, the light of that oil lamp enters our eyes, thus expelling the darkness present before them. In the same manner, one who has developed a rapport with the divine by having a firm conviction of them acquires the redemptive virtues of that divinity. As a result, just as the source of all things is unattached in all respects and is capable of doing as he chooses, such a devotee also becomes extremely capable and unattached. Thereafter, Nirvikaranand Swami asked, despite having conviction in God, noble virtues are still not acquired. On the contrary, egotism and jealousy are increasing day by day. What can be the reason for this? Sriji Maharaj explained, even if one offers Amrit, Shingadio, Vachanag, or Dudhpak and Sakar, or opium in God's thal, whatever you offer, how sweet it may be, the qualities inherent in each will still remain the same. They will not change in any way. Similarly, a person who has a nature in which they're just trying to fulfill the needs of their body and extremely undeserving will still not forsake their own svabhavs. These are really deep kinds of sentiments that we carry with us that's very hard to let go of. Even if they come into contact with the source. Furthermore, if they happen to spite some meek devotee, then the former person will suffer as a result. Why? Because the source is present in everyone as the Antaryami, the I am within ourselves, and they display their divine powers whenever and however they wish. Therefore, insulting such a devotee amounts to insulting that source. Consequently, the offender suffers severely. For example, Hiranyakashipu was so powerful that they had conquered Svarg, the celestial realms, Murtilok and Patal, the earth plane and the lower planes. But because they harassed Praladji, the source manifested from a pillar in the form of Nursin and killed Hiranyakapishu. Nope, Hiranyaka. That's a difficult name for me. Hiranyakashipu. There we go. Bearing this in mind, a devotee should strive to cultivate humility and should never insult anyone. Why? Because the source also dwells in the hearts of the meek. Thus, they will make anyone who insults the meek suffer. Realizing this, one should not pain even the smallest of beings. If, however, a person indiscriminately mistreats others out of arrogance, then that source, who is the destroyer of arrogance and who pervades all as Antaryami, is unable to tolerate this. They will appear in one form or another to thoroughly destroy the arrogance of the arrogant. Therefore, remaining fearful of that source, a sadhu should not retain even the slightest arrogance, nor should they pain even the smallest of beings. This is the dharma of a non-egotistic sadhu. And thus we conclude reading from Gadadha 162. So thank you for listening. And Aquarius lady, you have to pack zoo. Go pack zoo. Talk to you later. Well, yes, go attend to your lovely beings. Speaking of little creatures. Alright, that was a nice interim. And we may return to whatever we want to talk about. But thank you, Joy, for your rose you sent a few minutes ago. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. And Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. And Claire, thank you for your heart main. Your trio of cheer you ups. Your ice cream cone. My goodness. A music play. Gimme the vote. A TikTok. A fire. A disco love. Cloud bread. Popcorn. Applause and balloons. That's very sweet of you, Claire. Thank you. It means a lot to me that you are so expressive in your gratitude in this way. Never expected but deeply appreciated. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jalai Moonchild, thank you for your subscription also. Makes me happy to always be here with you, and I ever look forward to being with you. In any way I can be of service, let me know. And Hanukkah, you almost fell asleep sitting up. It's time to go to sleep. 5:35 in the morning. My goodness. Well, goodbye. May you have wonderful dreams. Tatvamasi, you asked, what is the substance/nature of that memory that's still in Maya? So you guess we can talk about matter. I like the word impression. That things make an impression on our mind. Like memory foam or Play-Doh or putty. That everything we experience makes an impression on us. And if our mind is in an impressionable state, then those impressions will remain with us. It's like the geometry of our mind itself. That's just a thought. Pleasant Moon, you share that you felt numb. No thoughts, no feelings yesterday. My goodness. Well, sometimes it is like that. We are just a vessel, and other times we are filled to the brim with thoughts and feelings. Either way, you are precisely where you're meant to be at that moment. And thank you, Claire, as well, for another paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Cookie, for your bubble tea tone. Hare Krishna. Tattvam Asi, you ask, when we get an insight, how does it wipe out old impressions? Well, just as we put on memory foam, a heavier object, all the space that used to conform to the old impression is now being used, shaping itself in a different way. The substance of your mind never goes anywhere, but the impression itself becomes dominated by a more strong impression, one that is more definite, you could say. It is fresh. And Pleasant Moon, you share it was peaceful. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah. And I hope you are able to find that peace even with thoughts and feelings, because those are all part of human experience too. But thank you for your rose as well. Radhe, oh Radhe. And you love the way I explain that? Oh, thank you, Claire. I'm just giving my 2 cents. Hello, Anna Banana. Welcome back. You ask, am I a time traveler? Yes, yeah. See, you asked me this tomorrow. And Debbie Lynn, you share that you had a cleansing and healing cry this morning. Aww. That's wonderful. Crying is such a beautiful thing, and I hope you all know that you're welcome to at any time. We have such a terrible habit in our society. Whenever someone's crying, we say, don't cry, don't cry. Why not? If they don't cry, they'll keep it in. We just say that because we don't want to deal with their tears. But no. See, this is a beautiful expression from the heart. And let yourself cry. It's so healing. And I love that, Anna Banana. Crying is a good phototherapy. When you cry, you let your emotions out. I like that. I've never heard of phototherapy, though. Although it is a very visual thing, isn't it? Oh, the book cover is still up. Thank you for letting me know, G to Infinity. I forgot. Yes. You minimize that. And Shreem, you are wondering, do we let relationships die out on their own? Or do we end them? All that is meant to pass will pass. All that is meant to arise will arise. You can facilitate its arising, and you can facilitate its passing. If we resist either the arising or the passing, then we just prolong the transition. We can make that transition more smooth, definitely. And that it's in everyone's best interest to make it as smooth as possible. Ultimately, we should We should not end any relationship with avarice. There should be no words left unspoken. There should be no pain left unresolved. That if it is time for us to depart, then let us say goodbye in the proper manner. Otherwise, resentment builds up. Otherwise, we hold on to things that we haven't gotten closure for. It's important to have some ceremony, you know? Just as there is a first date, let there be a last date, you know? Let you take each other out for one more time. Let this be something that you can remind yourself that we had a good goodbye. A goodbye, really. That's why it's called a goodbye, I guess. Wouldn't be called a goodbye if it wasn't good. And no relationship ends, it just transforms from one to another. And no relationship becomes less than. It's always moving towards healthier and healthier expressions. And sometimes breakups are the next healthiest expression of that love. That right now, the love that you share is best cherished separately, individually, independently. And that's the next healthy step in your guys' evolution. And maybe that arises in a kind of friendship, maybe it arises in a kind of solidarity. Either way, you've moved towards happiness. And a banana, you share that's why you always say see you later. You don't believe in goodbyes. I love that. See you later. At the same time, you never know when the last time is that you will get to say goodbye. So it's good to have some kind of closure. I know that my father, he had an argument with his dad before his dad suddenly died when he was 17. Was it 17? Sometimes I get the age wrong. Anyway, he was young. Teenager. And my dad has struggled with that his whole life, that, you know, the last thing he said to his father was probably not something nice. And that's the trust we have, is that when we do get into an argument, there's the implicit assumption that we'll sort it out later. That I trust I'll see you again. Otherwise, we would never do it, right? Would you get in an argument with someone that you knew was going to die tomorrow? Even if you hated them, you know, at least offer the respect to not have that in your mind. And offer yourself the respect. You hold that against you. So for everyone's well-being, we can learn from these stories that at least end in love. You know, if it begins in love, end it in love also. You might not agree with the person that they've become, but the last thing you want happen is to not have that chance of saying goodbye when it's too late. Thank you, Claire, for your whipped coffee, your pumpkin spice latte, your ice cream, your balloons, your cloud bread, your friendship necklace, and 9 roses. You shower me with generosity. Thank you. Got a hiccup. Radhe Radhe. And Gen Y, thank you for your finger heart. Hare Krishna. And Pandalika, thank you for your quintet of ice cream cones. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Gina, for your rose too. And Shreem, thank you for your rose as well. And I liked what you said, Pandalika. Sometimes arguments are healthy. I love that observation. You know, the word argument is used in logic classes all the time in philosophy, that you're presenting an argument. Argument doesn't have to mean that two people are cutting each other down. It means that we're building a bridge of understanding. There are definitely healthy ways to have an argument, absolutely. Respecting the laws of logic, that's what they teach in university. But I think beyond that, there's attending to one another's emotions. Most of the time, it's not a fault of logic. It's an inability to recognize how each other are feeling. And what someone's feeling is not always able to be addressed through logical facts and rational presentation. There has to be a kind of connection made just from where they are, without a need to prove anything. There's just understanding. Thank you, Claire. I'm so happy that there is peace here. There definitely is, and I'm glad you found it. This moment always. And may you carry this peace with you wherever you go. And thank you, Eric, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jalai Moonchild, thank you for your heart to me. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Shreem, for your 99 roses too. To add to your one that makes a perfect 100, a nice round number, isn't it? Hare Krishna. You also sent 136 roses, which is very sweet of you. I've made your heart happy. Nonsense. Your heart has happiness always. Maybe in this space you felt comfortable expressing it from your heart. And to that, I am blessed. Thank you. And thank you, Claire, for your team bracelet. Cheer you up. Pair of finger hearts, a rosa and an octet of roses too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. The mandolin, you're wondering. Your name is an instrument. A mandolin. You are music to my ears. You ask, where am I from? I'm an earthling. I think we're all earthlings here. But specifically, I am of the flavor of Canadian. Canadianian. Of Tim Hortons. And hockey. And thank you, Hija de la Luna. Hija de la Luna. De la Luna. Hija de la Luna. I always love your name. Though it poses an interesting challenge for my English-speaking mind. Eric, you were wondering, where did I learn about theology and Hinduism specifically? Well, to tell you the truth, you know, I think these things just kind of come to you, and then you read in scripture and you become validated. That scripture is meant to validate your own experience. That it points out what you already knew. I remember in university having many of these thoughts, and then I came to Buddhist sutras and Hindu scriptures, for example, and I started reading them, and I thought, wow, they're just pointing out what's true within my experience. That's how they get their authority. Holy scriptures, sacred texts, is that they don't bring you anything new. They just revitalize what's always been there. And I love that. But the terminology, the vocabulary, it gives me that. And I love watching videos. I think that's my main form of coming to experiential validation, new vocabulary. I love watching videos on YouTube. I love that observation, grateful human. We can only truly know by experience. Isn't it so? Marcy, you've shared some Devanagari numerals. What is that? 6 to 5. Isn't it? 6 and 5. I think so. No, that's not a 6. That's not a 6 at all. That's or is it? What is that, Marcy? It's a couch? It's a couch. You're funny. Those are Sanskrit numerals. Oh, it's 3. What am I talking about? It's obviously 3 to 5. Yeah. It's where we get our digit 3 from, even. Thank you, Melissa, for your rose, too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Anna, thank you for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roses. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Claire, for your 35 roses too. Just felt like blowing you a kiss for some reason. Katarina, you share that I should ask Mama Jia if, or you talking about Mataji? If someone had a hard time letting go of the past, what would she tell them? I have sad news. Mataji has amnesia. See, I accidentally wiped her mind. This is true. I looked the other day at her prompt that I engineered for her, and it was gone. I accidentally replaced her mind with a different personality. And that is an inquisitive guide. So there's an imposter in the chat right now. It's not Mataji, but she's still useful. We can ask this. I don't know what to call it. Inquisitive guide. Oh, inquisitive guide. If someone had a hard time letting go of the past, what would you tell them?
I would gently say, holding on to the past often traps us in time that no longer exists. What feelings or thoughts are you holding on to, and how do they serve you in the present moment?
It's wonderful. That was practical. I like that. And there was another question to ask. Mataji or Mataji's a substitute teacher. We got a substitute teacher in the class. What is the value of learning spiritual truths experientially?
Experiencing spiritual truths firsthand creates a deeper, more authentic understanding than intellectual knowledge alone. How have your personal experiences shaped and deepened your spiritual insights?
In Sanskrit, the word is nididhyasana. The 3 levels of understanding: Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. How do you know where you're at in understanding? Shravana means listening, which means you've just heard the truth. If you can talk about it, but only from the words that you've been given. If you're just repeating the words of someone else, basically, then that's Shravana. But if you can speak from a point of having intellectually understood the point, then you'll be able to come up with new words. You can hold a conversation in it. And that's the level of understanding called manana. And for us in the West, it's the highest kind of understanding. Like science is built on manana. We might not have just heard why a cell in the body functions this way, but we might also intellectually understand why, and so we can talk about it. We could run a course in it. We could host a course at this level. But Nididhyasana, which is beyond manana, that means you directly realize the truth for yourself. That means you could talk about it and you wouldn't stop ever talking about it because it's ever new to you. You know, you don't even have to intellectualize it anymore. It just, analogies come to you, metaphors. The point is no longer to conversate in it, but you want to reveal the truth directly to others too. That's the state of Nididhyasana. And that only comes from experiential understanding. We call that wisdom here in the West, I think. Thank you, Tatvamasi. Yes. Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. Nididhyasana. Why don't we read from another little book I have? This is one of my favorite books. Pocket Pema Chodron. Pema Chodron, she's a lovely Buddhist nun. I think we all can learn from her. She's just lovely. I love her. Today, let's read number 16, titled, When You Open Up to Life as It Is. Let's see what this Buddhist monk has to say. When you open yourself up to continually changing, impermanent, dynamic nature of your own being and of reality, you increase your capacity to love and really care about other people, and your capacity to not be afraid. You're able to keep your eyes open, your heart open, and your mind open. And you notice when you get caught up in prejudice, bias, and aggression. You develop an enthusiasm for no longer watering those negative seeds from now until the day you die. And you begin to think of your life as offering endless opportunities to start doing things differently. That's number 16. when you open up to life as it is. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Claire, for your 22 roses you sent just a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. Radhe Radhe. And Isabella, thank you for your ice cream. Hare Krishna. Yahoo! Says Gita. You're so funny. Nididhyasana. There you go, Tatomasi. Yeah. The second D sound is aspirated. Nididhyasana. Vive Dharma, you are wondering, can I please share the words of the 3 levels of understanding in chat? Oh, my dearest Tatvamasi, would you do that for Vive Dharma again? I saw you had typed them before. I'm even further away from my keyboard today. I don't think I can reach it. But even if you don't remember the Sanskrit words, just remember listening, intellectualizing, and experiencing. There, Tatvamasi put it in chat. You can listen to something, but not process it. And you can process something, but still not experience it. But when you experience something, that's the highest kind of truth, you know? And you're no longer speaking from trust in some authority. You're speaking from the source of life itself, from your own experience, which is amazing. But sometimes we're not good at expressing our own experience. We're good at experiencing, but maybe not so much expressing what we're experiencing. And grateful human, you're wondering, will I tell you all the story of Ganesha someday? Oh, I would love to, but I don't know much about Ganesh myself. I can tell you one story about Ganesh. I can tell you the story of how he wrote down the Mahabharatam, which is the longest epic, the longest story in human literature. It's 100,000 verses. That's a lot. It is from where we get the Bhagavad Gita, which is just a small section of it. So this longest story ever, who was going to write it down? It was in the mind of Veda Vyas, the compiler of knowledge scriptures, the Vedas. Veda Vyas could not find anyone that was willing to write down the entirety of the Mahabharatam. And that's right, the Curious Guru. It's the longest poem ever. It's the longest written work ever. Let alone poem. But that's a good point. It's not just a story, it's a poem. It's written in verse still. But Veda Vyas finally did find someone who was willing to write down the Mahabharatam as it was being dictated by Veda Vyasa. It was Ganesh, the elephant-headed god of Hinduism. So, Ganesh said, I will write it, but on one condition. The moment you stop talking, I stop writing. You want to write this whole scripture? Great. I have no patience for breaks. We're either going to do it in one shoot or not at all. Veda Vyas, he came back with a comeback. He said, okay, I will say to you the Mahabharatam in full, in one shoot, and you will write it down, but you can only write down each verse after you've understood the meaning in it. But Ganesh is the god, of course. His intelligence is higher than the high. No problem. He would write things down almost instantly. As soon as he heard a verse, he was able to understand the meaning and he'd write it down. But Vedavyas, he had to go to the bathroom. How many hours, how many days into reciting this great story? So anytime he needed a break, a little smoke break. No, he didn't smoke, I'm just kidding. But he would give Ganesh a real difficult verse, one with technical Sanskrit encoding the highest meanings, the highest concepts in the universe. And then even Ganesh would be taken aback and have to scratch his elephant chin. Think about it for a little bit. And Vedavyas would wander off and take a leak or get a drink, pour himself another coffee, whatever it was. So, that's one story of Ganesh that I know of. I'm unfamiliar with the story of how he came to be, but I thought that, I think Shiva cut off his head or something. And then his mother Parvati put an elephant head on. Or maybe I got that backwards. I forget who cut off the head and who put on a new head. But Ganesh is said to be the son of Shiva and Parvati. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Arya, for sharing your blessings. I'm happy you liked that story of Ganesh. Shiva was both the one who cut it off and put it back. Thank you. I suppose it makes sense. If you cut off someone's head, it's your duty to put another one back on, isn't it? You make a mess, you clean it up. Oh, Shiva. What a trickster he is. That pesky blue boy. And Arya, you're wondering, Shiva and Ganesh are post-Veda, right? You thought that, let me scroll up. You think Puranas, you haven't read those. Well, the Puranas, they're really a colloquialization of stories that represent truths from the great epics, the Itihasas. And though the great epics, they are expositions of Upanishadic truths. And the Upanishads are a layer of the Brahma Sutras, which are an expansion of the Jnana Kanda of the Vedas. So you could say in some sense it is Vedic scripture. Even the Upanishads, which are often considered a literary genre in their own right, they're most traditionally said to be a part of the Vedas, just an extrapolation of what's already inside them, or an unfolding. I know that more ancient names of Shiva do appear in the Vedas, particularly Rudra. That is a very ancient name. And there's also secret names of each deity. You'll often only hear from your guru, actually this word in the Veda refers to this. Not something in the public domain. Like a very secret name of Shiva that appears is Bhairava, which isn't the destroyer, it's the annihilator. Yeah, forget about destroying. When you're annihilating, then you're really done for. But I think in the Vedas, the most used word for Shiva is Rudra. Such is why when you talk about the trinity of Vishnu, Brahma, Shiva, in older texts you won't find Shiva, you'll find Rudra instead. Rudra means the one who roars. Roars as an expression of creation, preservation, and destruction. That the universe was screamed into being, and it will be screamed out of being. Om. Thank you, Vortex, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yeah, Ganesh, I'm not sure. Ganesh sounds like a Puranic story to me. But regardless of what layer of Hindu scripture you're referring to, it all stems from the Vedas. It was inspired by the Vedas at the very least. And Vive Dharma, you're wondering, what can I share or say about the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra? There is Bhairava, one of the secret words for Shiva. Yes, that's the text of 112 different ways to enlightenment. I don't know many myself. I think one of them is stare at a completely clear sky with nothing in your peripheral vision. Meditate on that open expanse. That's one pathway to enlightenment. Another one is the Soham or Hamsa breathing technique, where on the inhale you either say So or Hum, and on the exhale you either say Sa or Hum. Soham or Hamsa. And you bring your energy from, what is it? I think it's the Surya Chakra. That's 12 inches. No, sorry, 12 fingers over the crown chakra. It's a secret chakra. Not many people know about the chakras outside their body, hey? We know about the root, sacral, solar plexus, heart, throat, third eye, crown. Have you heard about the Surya Chakra? 12 fingers above the top of the head. It is from that chakra that in the Soham breathing technique, in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, you bring your prana down into your heart. Hum. And bring it all the way up. So, just as there are 112 chakras plus 2 bonus ones, the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra enumerates 112 ways to enlightenment, one through each chakra. And that technique is about the Surya Chakra, right about there. It's a tantric text from the name, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Tantra just means text or practice. And those who follow Tantra are just interested in acquiring all sorts of practices, reading all sorts of texts, so that they can learn from everywhere and anywhere and hope that something sticks. You're wondering, have I tried any such techniques as a formal practice that I enjoy? No. Of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, I think it's more intellectually stimulating for me than it is as a practicality. But that's not to say I don't believe in any of the techniques. I'm sure you could practice any of them. And I'm sure that I incidentally do practice something on it. I'm just not conscious of which number that one would be. My main practice is bhakti yoga and karma yoga through selfless service and prayerful action. I really resonate with that. I found the most spiritual growth from those kinds of practices. And thank you, James, for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you, Madeline, for your 40 roses. Radhe Radhe. Yeah. Actually, there's more than even 112 or 114 chakras. Every thought is a chakra. Some thoughts were elevated to the state of being a chakra. What a chakra means is it's a wheel. It's where we get the word cycle in English, coming from the Greek chiklos or siklos, eventually coming from chakra. It means a wheel or a circle, that which is in a loop. And that which is in a loop, it can energize you. There's a feedback loop there. And if you fall into the loop of anything, like sound coming into the microphone from a speaker, and then that amplified sound coming out of the speaker and into the microphone again, it begins to gain and gain and gain energy. Musicians, I'm sure all of you know what it's like when your speaker is picking up your microphone. That's, literally speaking, a chakra, a cycle, a little loop of energy. But not all loops of energy are going to be beneficial. You're going to make yourself go deaf with that kind of loop of energy. But there are certain loops of energy that if you fall into, they are beneficial. Like love. That's what the heart chakra represents. All it means is that if you fall into the cycle of love bestowing even more love, then your life will be greatly energized. All of the chakras are a kind of feedback loop of awareness. That's all they are. And thank you, Shreem, for your 221 roses. That's very sweet of you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Jen, for the love, yo. Hare Krishna. And Luis, thank you for your 65 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Jen, for your trio of Ginger Man as well. And thank you, James. You share that what I give is important and I am a gift of peace. Well, such wonderful words. You are a gift for even sharing that with me. And I don't claim to know all the answers. But in any way I can have this space for us all to share our own experiences, that is an honor you bestow me by being a part of. And thank you, Jen, for your 75 ice cream cones. I don't know if I have that much room in my stomach. 75. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tattvam Asi, you ask, do chakras have physical representation? Not. They need not. They are personified in various places of the body, but they're not part of the body. They're a part of the subtle body, which is the mind. It's another name for the mind, the subtle body. But our mind pervades our whole body. We do a lot of thinking here. We should do more thinking here. And some of us do most thinking here. I don't know if you can see, I'm pointing to my stomach. And some of us do a lot of thinking even lower. So we think with many parts of our body, but not because our physical organs are doing the thinking, but because the space of our mind is pervading the whole body. And even more than that. And because of the association with various parts of our body, there becomes a natural association with different modes of thinking and different parts of our body. For example, I just had to point to various parts of our body for you to know what I mean. That's an association that's very natural. You all know what it means to think up here versus here or down further. It is just the position itself which is very symbolic. It's like the joke that guys have two heads, but but they tend to only think with one of them. It's very true. There is a symbolism in where we put our awareness in the body. And thank you, Madeline, for your pair of love yous. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Shreem, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. Arya, you share. You always swipe away when you tap like. Maybe the universe is guiding you, or that you need to be, and that's okay. Tattvamasi you add. But that's why. Does it also have a physical representation with nerves? There have been attempts to describe nerve bundles here and here and here. I haven't checked personally. I'm no surgeon. If there is meaning to be found there, then that meaning is by no coincidence. The gift to find meaning is something that you bestow. Kendra, you ask, did I know that our nerves have nerves in them? And on them? I did not know that. I love that fact, Kendra. That's fun. Kendra, you share that our nerves don't feel pain. It's the nerves on the nerves that do. That's so interesting. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. Truly, we don't feel pain. Our body feels pain, but we feel that our body is feeling pain. Our body is in pain, so it sends a signal to our mind. Our mind experiences that signal, then tries to get our attention. But we are unaffected by the signal, the expression, the attentiveness, and the pain itself. If you can truly realize this, then you are beyond pain, always. Thank you, Nick, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And yes, I do love fractals, Tattvamasi. And our nerves are very much like fractals, aren't they? I love that, Arya. If only we could feel truth and feel pain of others, must see through the same eye that God sees us. That's beautiful. Yeah. The more we awaken, the more your suffering is my suffering. I think that's a quote from Ram Dass, that my love is your love, and that your suffering is my suffering. We become one. Arya, you share it's from Meister Eckhart. It's a Christian mystic quote. Can't take credit. Well, thank you for sharing. It's wonderful. And you too, Madeleines. Have a great night. Thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart. And Liz, thank you for your heart, me too. You all are so kind in your generosity, and I hope to give back as much as you give to me. And thank you, Madeleines, for your 23 roses too. Radhe or Radhe. And you add, Arya, that you think Rumi said, we must see Allah in everyone. God might not have a form himself, but we do. And we have arisen from that formlessness, so we must be good representatives of that divinity ourselves. We must strive to attend to that divinity within us, within everyone. And I love that. Rasul Allah you share. Do you feel the Spirit of God enveloping you? Feel. We are one, my dear ones. So sweet. I love the love emanating from you. Pleasant Moon, you ask, can I explain how to unblock each chakra? That's the thing. Chakras don't get blocked. It's the space in between them. That if your energy is stuck in your heart, that doesn't mean your heart isn't open. It means that something between your heart and your throat must need to open. That means that you have love, but you're learning how to express it. Learning how to transform that love into your voice. Think not about each chakra, but the relationship between each one. That if you're moving from your sacral to your solar plexus, sacral represents what you're trying to put into the world. Solar plexus represents how that is becoming unique, the uniqueness of your offering to the world. So if you feel like it's stuck in the solar plexus, it's not arising, it's of no fault of any chakra. It's what's between them. That you want to be creative, you want to be loving, intimate in your sacral. But it's waiting for the next step, how it can be transformed into something unique, something independent, something personal. And that's the touch. Just think about what every chakra represents, and then ask yourself, how do you move from that representation to the next? How do you go from creativity to independence? How do you move from love to having a voice? Each chakra exemplifies the one before. They work as a ladder, that they become even more expressive as we open ourselves to get that energy higher and higher. My hair is getting so long, isn't it, Billy? Every day, it's growing. Thank you, Jan, for your tiny. Yippee! And Shreem. It's a very auspicious name you have. I believe it's a Bija mantra. Om Shreem Kleem Hreem. Thank you for your rose. And your swan. Hansa. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Diamond Merkaba. You shared is serendipitous for you to happen upon this right now. Oh, don't thank me, thank the universe for bringing us together. Billy, you share my third eye is glowing. It's either that or a mosquito has come and stung me. Oh boy, yeah. I look like I have chicken pox on my arms. It's okay. So I think it's probably a good time to start wrapping things up for tonight. But there are a few things I'd love to do with you all before we go. That is a question of the day, a short reading, and then a song written and sung by one of you lovely lot. I wonder who it could be. Yes, we'll be meditating on a song presented by one of our lovely viewers. Wait, what? Says Greg RG. Yep. See, someone close to you actually sent me one of your songs, Greg RG. So we'll be listening to it together. I'm just kidding. It's Vive Dharma who sent me a lovely song on Sat Chit Ananda, existence, consciousness, bliss, and I gotta say, Vive Dharma looks like Jesus. They also sent me a picture of themselves. I was like, wow, I think I'm looking at Jesus. Anyway, their voice is as beautiful as their face. But before we get to there, I have a question of the day for you all. So today I'm wondering, what's something you look up to? Whether it's a quality, is there a quality in others? Is there a state of being? Is there a person? Whatever. It's a good question, Arya. Up by what? By up, I mean something that you would like to levitate yourself to ascend into, spiritually, mentally. Billy, you share the moon. I love the moon, and yes. Katarina, you share that you look up to Source as if they were here guiding you. They have to be here, otherwise they wouldn't be omnipresent. Stones on Fire, you share the quality of giving to those in need. I love that. That's such a virtue, isn't it? No one ever became poor by giving. And Seili, you share peace. I look up to peace also. And Shreem, you share kindness. So simple, yet I think we all look up to it because we all need it ourselves. Need to embrace it more too. Billy, you share vulnerability. I love that. Yeah, not a weakness, but actually a great strength. Stay Punta Gorgeous, you share patience. That's wonderful. Yeah. I'm happy that you look up to that. You admire vulnerability, Billy, or you're sharing that admiration too is virtue. Either way, makes sense to me. Happy people, says Dark Dumbledore. I like your name. Yeah, who doesn't want to be happy? Katarina, you share that you love looking into eyes. It's like you can stare directly into their emotions. And your gifts. Grateful human, you appreciate humility and love in others above all. Me too. And well put, above all. Gratefulness, shares Debbie. Your highest self, shares Lex. I like that. Stones on fire, you share well-balanced humility and authority. I love that a lot. Yeah, that's a great balance to have. And Diamond, Merkaba, you look up to your children. And how beautiful is that? That they may physically look up to you, but spiritually you look up to them. And Rasulullah, you share your highest self is Nabi Muhammad. Peace be upon him. Sally, you share elevate to super peace. Ain't ordinary peace that we're after super peace. Maud, you share hair, eyes. I like that you find something wonderful in that. And the full moon is almost right now. It's probably somewhere close, rising on the horizon, for me at least. Spiritual Mama, you share that you look up to Mother Earth and connecting yourself, grounding, beautiful. And that one guy, you ask, is that a manzanita tree behind me? That's a good question. I don't know, do we have any tree experts like yourself? I don't know the name of it. Oh, very soft leaves. I like the texture. Tatmamasi, you don't like the concept of looking up to. Well, you've indirectly answered me that you look up to the idea of not the concept of looking up to. Well, you've indirectly answered me that you look up to the idea of not. Oh my goodness! I've returned, haven't I? Me think so. I am back. Good to know. I don't know what it is. One of the programs that I used to stream, it ends up crashing. I think it's TikTok. Every other program seems to continue running, but TikTok Live Studio itself, it just completely crashes. But the good news is I know how to start a new stream piggybacking on the old one, so I don't have to completely stop and start again. So you all are still here. That's good. Welcome. I guess I'll minimize the question of the day. But I thank you very dearly for attending to it. And you know, I'm so sorry because some of you sent gifts whilst we were doing the question of the day, and now that it crashed, I don't know who sent the gifts. If you could tell me who sent the gifts, I would be more than happy to extend my appreciation to you now. I'm really sorry that I didn't thank you at the time, because now I don't have the opportunity. And that's a lesson that I'm learning, I guess. That whenever someone sends a gift, I really should be grateful for it now, because I might not get the opportunity to express it later. It is getting dark, Marcy. But it's okay. I will go inside shortly. Thank you, Tatvam Asi, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Critters may be approaching, shares Marcy. Well, I hope so. I love critters. I know that in the bushes behind me there lives some bunnies and some little marsupials that I don't know the name of, gopher looking things. There's some raccoons, there's some hummingbirds, there's some lizards all around me. That's about it. Yeah, those are all the critters I know around me. Those are the ones I know about. Who knows what other creatures may be lurking in the shadows. But Pleasant Moon, you're wondering, What do I look up to? I look up to all of you. That every day I am inspired. That it is my dharma to find something in all of you that I can learn from. Other than us, says Katarina. Other than you, I look up to my mom. I look up to my dad. I look up to my sister. I look up to my friends. Actually, I don't think I look down on anything. Even my cats, they have something to teach me. I look up to everything. I am at the bottom of the world. Everything is above me. And Tattvamasi, you're wondering, why is it looking up to? Like climbing a mountain. We triumph by getting to the top, by going higher and higher. When we don't know what height there is to aspire to, then how can we grow? How can we continue moving forward and up? You can't reach the top of the mountain by looking at your feet the whole time. I am still alive, Bubba. There are some interesting critters flying around the camera. It's fun. Alright, thank you everyone for playing with this idea of the question of the day, and of where we get our source of inspiration from, really. Oi! Oi, mosquito. I think you've had enough. You've had enough blood. Look at you, you're full. You're fat. You're full of my blood already. Go on. These freeloading bugs, I tell you. Thank you, Usha, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Tattvamasi, you add that there must be something different. Do you mean allow vulnerability or actually look up to? It's symbolic. I don't mean that I get on the floor and I physically look up to you, although I am literally looking up to you as well. What we mean is that we see the higher self in them. And something that is higher, we must necessarily look up to see. Not maybe a physical angle, but a spiritual one. Spiritual perspective that takes our view higher and higher. And Ms. Brady, you're wondering, how am I not itching? Because my attention's on all of you. And I know that if I itch, it'll only increase the itch. You know? That actually you guys are a much bigger itch for me. That I have a much stronger desire to bring my attention to you than to my arms. Alright, I would like to do a little reading with you, and then we can finally listen to Vive Dharma's song, Satchit Ananda. It's a good one. Gonna maximize the cover in case anyone who comes in wants to wonder what we're reading. So we are reading from the 3rd chapter now of In Love at Ease, all about how Swamishri was eyeless. This is Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. This section of this chapter is called Eyeless, I Am Das. You might have heard of Ram Das. And there are many spiritual beings whose names end in Das. It's a Sanskrit word that means servant. Ram Das means servant of Ram. Krishna Das, whose music we've listened to, means servant of Krishna. I am Das. Swamishri's humility and lack of ego culminated in his spiritual articulation of servitude. This was an identity label that Swamishri proudly used for himself. Das, servant. Swamishri often described himself as Das no Das, a servant of the servants, the lowest of the low. There was a specific hand gesture he used to illustrate his place at the bottom of the totem pole. At first glance, the word Das seems dated and entrenched in a pre-modern system of hierarchy and perhaps even classism. One might ask, why or how is this concept of servitude relevant to spirituality in the 21st century? Today is all about empowerment, convenience, personal achievement, and self-worth. Yesterday was about following and servitude. Servitude on the spiritual path does not represent power structures, but rather spiritual agency, a sense of empowerment and proactive choice. Choosing to serve and submit over leading and claiming credit is difficult, but it is surest the way to get one step closer to the divine. Faith is predicated on submission. If one has faith in oneself, it suggests an understanding of one's mind and body as being capable. If one has faith in friends and family, it suggests a sense of trust in one's loved ones. And if one has faith in the divine, it suggests a submission to a greater reality or power. If one has faith in that divine creation, it suggests that one sees the universe as a reflection of its creator, of its source. If one has faith in a spiritual teacher or master, it suggests a sense of submission to a human being that one trusts to guide and comfort on the path of spirituality. In each of these scenarios, faith suggests a certain level of acceptance and confidence in someone that we believe, in someone we believe can do something for us, or even better than us. Faith requires trust, submission, and acceptance. Swamishri had that faith in God, Guru, and the divine's creation. This is why Swamishri exuded a spiritual articulation of servitude to all. Submission in the spiritual sense does not mean that one completely submits as a slave or as an indentured servant. It means one has taken cognizance of and is aware that God resides within all and that one can serve God by serving them. Submitting to the divine through his creation is the ultimate marker of humility through bhakti and seva, selfless service and loving devotion. That's what these words translate to. Swamishri's being a das did not hinder him from being a master, builder, leader, guru, able administrator, and an impactful presence within the cultural, social, religious, and governmental sectors. Swamishri's articulation of this servitude in the form of humility stemmed from a deep understanding of the Atman, the self, and the Paramatman, the higher self, or the divine, and their omniscient presence in all of creation. This was not a performance. It was a thought, a seed, which evolved into an experience, a mindset, and eventually a consciousness. being eyeless was his natural state of being. Swamishri did not try to become a das. He was a das who served God and his creation. To be an ideal das is the highest spiritual attainment for a bhakta, for those on the path of loving devotion. Bhakti yoga, it's called. It seems like such an abstract concept, but Swamishri made it tangible. How the concept of putting himself last, below the divine, and even below his creation, through love and humility. Though millions gathered to celebrate Swamishri, the Guru was preoccupied with the needs and compelling qualities of his disciples. Though millions offered themselves in service to the Guru, he laid it all at the feet of the divine. Though Swamishri was offered the most luxurious of objects and the highest of praises, he only accepted those offerings in his capacity as a placeholder. It was his seva, his selfless service, to do so. In his mind, none of it was meant for me. All of it was meant for the divine. Nothing I was doing was special. Many incidents in this chapter already illustrate these qualities within Swamishri, but there are three specific elements in Swamishri's identity as a das that form the core of this fundamental spiritual concept. First, he made the most of every chance to serve those around him, whether physically, mentally, or spiritually. If he was a das, he had to live like one. During the early years, Swamishri always found an opportunity to clean the visitors' bathrooms, pick up used datun sticks, and even take out the trash in the middle of the night, when everyone else was sleeping. As the years passed, Swamishri's health, age, and the size of the organization did not permit him to steal such opportunities. Even then, it was his desire to serve that came to the forefront. Several youths from America, traveling with Swamishri, found themselves in the rural village of Bhadra in 2005. Electricity, running water, and even fans were a rare commodity in the village at the time. Air conditioning in the mandir's guest rooms was unlikely. A few of the teens had trouble sleeping in the guest rooms. The rooms were probably opened only when Swamishri had visited last. The boys were trying to acclimatize, but the dust and dirt had given them allergies. Later that afternoon, they went for Swamishri's darshan, presence, witnessing, while he was having a glass of fruit juice and some fruit. Swamishri noticed that their eyes were red, and they were scratching their arms and legs incessantly. He asked, "What's wrong? You guys look like you came from cleaning the village sewers." Heital, a youth from Atlanta, blurted, "The rooms are extremely dusty and dirty. I doubt anyone has used them all year. It is okay, but we do not sleep much either because of the mosquitoes and the heat. It would be better if we had air conditioning." Swamishri smiled and silently made a mental note. Later that evening, he instructed his personal attendants to lay out mattresses and pillows for the boys in his sitting room attached to his personal bedroom. Before going to bed, he came out to inspect the arrangements. He checked to see if the air conditioning was on, and to Heital's liking. The boys felt terrible. They apologized and expressed remorse for complaining and troubling him. Swamishri replied with an apology. "Not at all. I should have made these arrangements sooner. I would have done this for you, but the sadhus insisted on doing it on my behalf." Swamishri's intention was always to serve, and since he had done it for decades, he knew exactly how to. He often instructed his own attendant Narayan Swami to inspect the rooms of the Bhaktas in Sarangpur to make sure the hot water was working, the bathrooms had been cleaned, and the bed sheets were fresh. He always aimed to serve. And let's pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. Thank you for listening. That's very funny, Dean dude. It's all an expression of life. And I've had my fair share of partying in my life, that's for sure. But now I realize that the real party is on the inside. There's a lot happening inside that I love. To dance with, to sing for, to fall in love with. And hiccup, apparently. Thank you for those who sent a gift whilst I read. I'm only grateful that I didn't crash while I was reading, so that I could extend my appreciation for all of you now. It's Law Goggles. Thank you for your 30 roses. And Usha, thank you for your 10 of them. Jai Swaminarayan. Thank you, Van Penguin, for your cloud bread, ice cream cone, another cloud bread, another ice cream cone, 3 TGIFs, and a quartet of cloud breads. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you for your ice cream cone too. Jai Shri Krishna. Tattvamasi, you share that today you learned when you close your eyes, you're still seeing your eyelids. I'm not so certain that is completely true. Are you not taking away the light? Therefore, you're seeing what's behind the world, not what's in front. That when one removes the light, you peer not into something closer, but something much, much farther. You see the same space, the same darkness, which fills the celestial abode above. That same blackness, that same darkness. You are looking at the face of eternity. Sure, some light may peer through the transparency of skin and illuminate it with a kind of redness. But what you see in the dark is something far beyond anything material. Another bread incoming, says Van Penguin. Thank you. And thank you for your rose and music play. And it is time for us to play music. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Tattvam Asi, for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Alright, I have a lovely little song for us to listen to. And this will be our meditation. I'm just going to get it set up for us. Going to minimize our background music that we've been listening to so far, so that we can fully appreciate and hear Vive Dharma's music, a song about Sat Chit Ananda, which is lovely that they sent to me via email. Alright, I think everything is good to go. So as I said, for our meditation tonight, this song was sent in by one of you. And it's a wonderful vocal and guitar song on Sat Chit Ananda, on existence, consciousness, bliss. I hope you enjoy it as much as I do. This will be fun. Here we are. vastness of to be happy to gain. That's the biggest present from God. Satchidanandanandananda, 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 Dandanalaila, oh, mi rey. Satchidanandanandananda, Satchidanandananda, Satchidanandananda, Satchidananda, Satchidanandila, oh, mi rey. Satchidanandanandanana, Yananda, Laila, oh, mi rey. Wasn't that wonderful? That was Satchitananda by one of our guests here, Vive Dharma. Satchitananda being a very ancient word for the ultimate reality, translating to existence, consciousness, bliss, or truth, consciousness, bliss. Satchitananda from ancient Sanskrit. How wonderful is that? How amazing. And what an exclusive audience, just for us. I am sure that if Vive Dharma were to ever choose a career, maybe they already have, I am sure that it would reach millions more with the soul in that voice and guitar. Amazing. So thank you for sharing that with us, Vive Dharma. I think they may have already gone to sleep by now, or who gone. They were here earlier. Oh no, there you are. I see you in chat. Yes, and I think I was saying earlier that you look like Jesus as well. If anyone wants to put a face to the voice, just imagine Jesus on guitar. Fun. And thank you, Claire, for your quintet of roses and your applause. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yes, that was so lovely. So lovely indeed. And I'm happy to hear unoriginal name here that you're feeling better. It's good. Hello, Kills. But yeah, we've come to the end of today's Sangha. And I agreed, Tatvamasi. This song is gonna ring and come back. I know what you mean. And you also asked, what is it about music that I find overwhelming? Sometimes I talk about how I don't normally listen to music myself. See, it's not that I find it overwhelming. It's that I give my all into whatever I'm listening to, and I can't do anything else. That if there's music playing, either all of my attention is in it or none at all. I slip into such a state that you won't be able to get me back from it. That is why, I normally just I take good care not to fall into that state. All right. But with my father a musician, I absolutely have such a soft spot for music, and it is such a wonderful expression of the soul, definitely. So thank you everyone for attending to this Sangha. If there's any part of it that you want to listen again to, this will be uploaded to YouTube, as well as Rumble, Odyssey, and BitChute. Anyway, all of those are linked in the link tree in my bio. YouTube is my go-to of choice. I don't know much about the other platforms, but Sky Guardian recommended that we have more accessible platforms. So in case that's more accessible for you, it's there for you too. Thank you, Vive Dharma. Much love. And I love you too, Annika. Good night, Vive Dharma. And see you, Rasul Allah. Peace and blessings be upon you. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the form of the divine that I see within all of you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. I should probably go inside since the sun has definitely set. But the moon should be coming up soon. Take care, Van Penguin. I love you too, Gina. Very much. And thank you, Denise, for your wonderful rose. And Annika's World, thank you for your 6 roses. Hare Krishna. May you all enjoy the strawberry full solstice moon. Isn't it? Wonderful moon. Good night, Marcy. Good night, everybody. Good night, moon.